Pledge allegiance.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Pledge
Pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Master Plan Implementation Committee meeting. I'd like to start by briefly going over tonight's agenda with some minor changes in sequence to accommodate everybody's busy summer schedule. I'll wait for the... Very briefly, I just want to let folks know that I did represent us at the Board of Selectmen meeting, at which time I gave them an update on our own progress thus far. I gave them the 6+1 projects that we began with and explained why we started what we did. We got, I thought, very positive reception from the Board of Selectmen, who, as you know, have adopted many of the same objectives that appear in the master plan. So they were quite familiar with what we were all trying to accomplish and deal with. And the second item that I did is I presented the idea and basically gave them fair advice and warning that we will be requesting 2 lots of $50,000 each to hire consultants who could assist us and or the appropriate boards in certain activities associated with achieving the master plan objectives. And finally, I did ask them a request to form a transportation coordination or advisory committee and try to do coordination of all the transportation related items in town, picking up on Gary's very excellent suggestion that rather than have everything scattered around, try to bring everything under one roof in order to better inform the public, and number 2, to allow more transparencies and input. And that basically was the report given to the committee. The other suggestion was made, in particular, that I want to bring to the attention of the board, just to repeat, is that one of the recommendations made, or one of the comments made, was the idea of hiring a consultant to assist in moving what we'll call the revitalization and reimagination of the common forward by hiring a consultant to assist interested boards, including ourselves and the planning board, in basically engaging with all the property owners and other interested stakeholders around the common. And as far as I can tell, there was interest on the part of Board of Selectmen to consider that. And with that, I'd like to move on to item B, which is process. And here I have to confess that I do want to change the sequence, not only for the sake of people's schedules, but also because I think it may be important to our work going forward, and that's under item B. I'd like to briefly discuss, or briefly open up the floor for discussion about item number 2. Let me turn this off first. Which is intention and expected results. One of the things, and I just want to start the discussion out this way so you understand where I think we're going. One of the concerns here is that although we wish to engage the committees in helping to implement the master plan, there is one item that I feel we have yet to discuss, and I want to see if it's, in your view, connected with it as it is in mine, and that is evaluating and assessing progress being made by the town in implementing the master plan. One of the suggestions made in the master plan, if you want to get the reference on page 174, is an evaluation plan. And before I go much further with this, it seems to me that the fundamental idea is sound. Someone somewhere along the line has to at least be able to monitor, make comments about, and suggestions about how the town is moving forward in its implementation of the plan. So, although I have in mind committees to participate, we are also at the same time quite explicitly evaluating to what extent they and other committees are contributing and helping to do the implementation. So, having said that, And the second issue has to do with resources. And before we get to resources, that is resources necessary to do the plan. That is, how much does it cost? What are the benefits of doing any of the items? I'd like to, first of all, move around the room and get some input on your views about how best to approach the problem of evaluating the town's progress in fulfilling the master plan. Let's start with you,
Oh, you're
Mark.
gonna start with me, thanks.
Yeah,
You've got a book that's hundreds of pages, just got off the presses. Half the organizations, the selectmen, the planning board, the Board of Health, all the other boards haven't really had a chance to dive into it. We're 2 meetings into the master plan implementation committee. I don't think it's time to be giving anybody a report card just yet.
no, I'm not suggesting that we're going to give a report card tonight or next month or two. I'm talking about the method of evaluation, how we would approach it. So,
Okay.
it's not that, I'm ready to do a report card.
Well, I mean, we're just starting this road. I mean, this is, as I told you earlier when we met, you start with small steps and you get going on it. We got to get people involved in the specific area we're talking about, and then see how they react to it. Like you talked about the revitalization of the common. Okay, let's use that one, which is a nice, easy one. Everybody wants it. Everyone knows we've got to do something there. So we get that out there. We have meetings. We get people involved. We get the different boards involved. Then we see how we're doing with support and moving forward on it. As far as that stuff goes, I just think it's too soon to be wanting to start. Grading's not the right word. I know you don't mean it like that. I'm just saying people are just getting a feel for it right now. It's been 2 years in the making. It's out there now. We're starting to try to get some momentum on it. I just think we need to react with the other boards that are going to be involved in it and try to get everyone on the same page. I think that's going to be the hardest part, rather than trying to evaluate if the selectmen are helping us with funding it or if the planning board is going to have meetings on it and things like that. I think everybody's got to work towards it, and just engaging everyone and getting everyone else in is going to be a hard enough task other than just to get started, I guess.
To jump on what Mark's comments, what I think he's saying, and what I'm thinking about as I listen to them, I think he's right. The master plan is deliberately broad, and I think we started the process of identifying some initial projects that we would like to undertake. And in terms of evaluating progress, I think before we can do that, we need to work with the community and with the specific boards that may be more involved with one project than another board might be. And we're going to have to set goals. What is the Littleton Common revitalization going to look like? What are our goals for that? We don't have any goals. We have some suggestions and some ideas, but we don't have concrete goals. And you're speaking to some of it, Mike, because some of the things that we may want to do, as we evaluate the opportunity, the resources might not be there. So that's not going to be something we would ever want to evaluate as whether or not we were successful. Frankly, we didn't try. We'll know what we're going to try. We'll know what we're not going to try. But once we've decided what we're going to try, then we can come up with a list of goals. And the report card will be, did you achieve the goals?
Right.
That would typically, to me, I know that the selectmen go through a goal-setting exercise every year. I don't know if the planning board does. The school committee has in the past. It can be tricky. But on the other hand, none of our boards have a roadmap as specific in terms of what you're supposed to be focusing on as that. So I think the process should be, before we're getting too deep about how we're going to evaluate progress and give ourselves grades or whatever it is, I think we need to identify the projects that we want to take on, which we've started to do. And I think Mark's right. I think the boards are owed an opportunity to prepare themselves to interact with us and move the process forward. And once they're ready to do that, which I hope would be in fairly short order, a matter of weeks and months, sometime into the fall, and it's certainly not, I don't want us to be back here again in August saying, well, geez, we barely got anywhere with the planning board or the board of selectmen. I hope we're going to be more aggressive than that. But we need to work with them to say, okay, these are the things we've identified, what are your ideas, here are some of our ideas, but we can't forget the community process. That was what made the master plan update process so good and strong, was there were things we were talking about that engendered a lot of enthusiasm and input from the community, and we should be recreating that opportunity for more detailed input. It doesn't have to be the Bible and coming from that, because they don't always have the context that people on the boards do, but we have to be able to do that. Once we've done that, I think we can set the goals, and then we can come up with a, rubric or a matrix for evaluating how did we do. And we should be able to do that. We should, after we've set the goals, some time later, months, years, depending on what the scope of a particular project is, we should, in public meeting, come right back and say, we did this well, we did this okay, and we failed miserably at that.
Well, and I think depending on what project it is or recommendation that we're working on, there is some precedent based off of the work that was done at one of the meetings over at the middle school, because we did ask town folks to identify for the various topic whether or not, or we asked them what would success look like. And so we have some data, not a lot, but we have some data that would allow us to at least get a sense of what the town residents thought success would look like.
Gary?
I think these are all good points as to what I'm hearing from Mike and from Mark about specifics about what we're measuring to, but I think you were trying to get at this process as opposed to what exactly we're measuring, I think is what
Yeah,
you're
I was
trying to get
just,
at.
you got it, yeah.
And so I don't have a problem with thinking about some of the ideas by which we're just engage, how do we engage with the other boards? Because I don't think we want to be doing much of any of the lifting of implementation of this. We're trying to be a policeman to see that others are doing a lot of the stuff. And we might think, we threw out 7 or so priorities, but let's just say Elder Services thinks they want to run with something, and we just want to check in with them to know that they understand this, they read it, and they think they want to run with it, and we want to encourage that. So we might have no other evidence to say than just to say, oh, you're doing that? Okay, great. And then a year later we say, well, how did that go? You know what I mean? So I think that was your point, and I think a couple ideas that we threw out last meeting was making sure, I'm not sure how to do this, but making sure that each of the respective boards have had a chance to digest it and see if they have a few things on this list that they plan on trying to tackle. Having regular briefings by representatives of the boards once, twice a year, maybe some committees, maybe relatively small committees, maybe once a year. Other ones that are more significant and impactful, twice a year, they just come in and it's part of the agenda. We just cycle them in and just tell, what in the master plan did you like? What did you plan on implementing? And then the next time we meet with them, 9 months later, 6 months later, whatever it is, we get an update as to how things, just that engagement can produce accountability, because now they know that someone's going to ask. So I think that kind of process could work. And then I think yearly, we should be looking to write an annual report of some kind by which we do a scorecard against this, and we say, we get input from the respective boards, and we compile it and say, no action was taken on this, which is fine. Some progress was made on this, some progress was made on that. Those are some things I was thinking that, could be done.
John?
Well, I mean, I understand particularly the feelings of Mark and Mike, who are on committees that have an awful lot on their agendas and are, working very hard, and they don't want to, and I recognize this, don't want to think that they're being somehow graded. I don't think that was necessarily the idea behind this this sort of thing. I mean, a lot of these goals, it seems to me, are goals that, and I keep coming back to this, I guess, that a number of different committees, boards would be working on together, and so it's not a matter really of grading anybody. And I would even think that in a lot of cases, our task should be not so much to say you haven't done something, but how can we help you achieve what these goals are. I mean, I think that would be something that would make it a more positive kind of thing, and that would be my thought of how this direction might work.
Paul?
I'm not sure the folks who jumped in earlier had said their piece. I don't know.
I've said my piece, thank you.
Okay, I ran up for them. Okay. Just four thoughts come to mind on this line of thinking. One is, I think the process that has already been undertaking of meeting with the selectmen, and I apologize I wasn't there for family reasons, but I understand things went well. Planning boards this week. Finance committee, what, next week, week after next? What is it?
I have to look at the calendar,
Okay,
and
let's go.
just to plug it in, I'm also engaged now with the Committee on Aging, so we're,
Okay, yeah, so all that, I think, is real important, because those are the key places where either policy decisions are going to get moved along and funded. And that's, so that's good, and I think we're doing the right things there. I would think secondarily, that to the extent that there's receptivity to us having our consultant, and again, I think it's very key that Mark on his own, but I think the planning board would, well, we'll find out whether they defer to you or not. If they defer to his wisdom, which we share, that we should have our own set of eyes pushing things along, I think that's good too, which means we ought to start thinking seriously and gathering input on what we want that RFP to look like and what do we want a consultant to do. It can't be a broad thing. It's going to be focused on a couple of things, just like we want. We've had the broad-based consultant. Now we need the specific consultant. Third, and not to be lost sight of, is we made some discussion of this at our meeting at the end of June, that there are a number of items in that 67-item list that are what we call low-hanging fruit, that don't require an outside consultant to help us with, that all we need to do is nudge it along to get a board or whoever's the appropriate promulgator to initiate something, so that we get items achieved early, and we can do that. And if they require town meeting votes, we've got a town meeting coming up in the fall, and we should really be identifying as many of those small items that don't require a whole lot of effort to get done to be processed, so that they can get on the agenda or on the warrant, as the case may be, so that they, we can enact them. And that would, I think, one, be a legitimate accomplishment, but two, show people that the master plan is a living document. And that becomes more important, I think, as we address the longer-term items. I think, obviously, on a parallel track, it's just as important that we've identified the bigger, thornier things, the common and all the rest of it. But we're going to be digging through that for years. But if we can show some success on smaller items while we're tackling that, then we're alive, and the town knows we're alive, and they're aware of that. The last point I would add is that in addition to those three big boards that we've had appointments with, I mean, in line with what anybody said, Gary, whoever else, there's a lot of items in there we should go through there and figure out, and, the direction is right in the master plan, what boards we should be contacting to follow up with, even if they're small boards that don't receive a lot of attention, and say, hey, you know what, an item that you guys should be championing is, in the master plan to-do list, and anything we can do to help you, or just other than just encourage you to go forward and do it now, that sort of thing. So it might be, there a secondary level of visits beyond the planning board master plan, planning board, selectmen, and finance committee, a lot of the other little boards, and running around to them and saying, hey, a couple of items came up that you guys have mentioned and you should be involved in, and we want to do what we can to help you move that along.
so what I'm hearing in sort of summary, what I'm hearing is we do in fact want to focus, first of all, on working with the other boards, or at least engaging them, and in connection with what we'll call some low-hanging fruit, we'll call it, or things that they could attack, and not yet worry about the specifics of evaluation until we're much further along. That's in summary. Okay, so that makes
Well, I think
Go.
because you indicate here intentions and expected results, I
Yeah.
think the intention is ultimately to provide a status on the work that this committee is doing, and then how it connects to that committee's work, respond to questions, and then have any follow-up that we can do, whether or not it's work that we need to do with them together, or whether it's following up in a couple of months with anything else. But to some degree, I thought we were going to discuss tracking at least those communications. I recall
Yes,
a couple
yeah.
meetings ago. So I think that would still be helpful if we can track those communications.
Okay, and I just want to give you an estimate of, not an estimate, but a picture of what some of the tracking would look like if we're going to be doing this. I just picked a few out of the ether here. One of them I picked was, I just used the phrase open space to do the search, and I did it because people talk about it. There may or may not be open. And what I discovered very quickly is that for things having to do with open space, there are a total of 6 different groups or committees under item number 23, for example, that are involved one way or another and that's establishing criteria for acquisition of open space. Now, that one, I don't know if we regard that as low-hanging fruit or not, but it's a task that obviously there are committees already in existence who can address that, and that's an example. And also, there seems to be a not unreasonable amount of time taken to do that. The second one is equitable development, which is also not easy, but consists of a lot of parts. And it has at least 4 different related items in it, and it has, again, 6 to 8 different committees or groups that have an interest in it. So, to me, I just picked these out of the sky. These are not necessarily the easiest ones. They are ones that, for example, having to do with housing one way or another, that our committee feels is very important to look at. And the other one has to do with space, because space and housing very often are the thorniest, I will agree, things to undertake, yet they require a foundation. So with that as a background, we don't have to use those as an example. I want to give you an idea, is what, since we wish to approach committees in a systematized way in the beginning, make sure or encourage them to dig into the master plan, identify the parts of that that are relevant to their perceived mission, and leave it at that. And what I'd like to find out from you is, do you want to use that as our first step and then come back and reconvene and then decide how we're going to follow up? Or do you want to do it, we're going to visit, and we know what system we're going to be using to revisit? So do you want to do 2 steps tonight, or do you want to just talk about how to do one? Because I think we're in agreement, we're going to engage the committees that have relevance.
I'll offer first that I think it's important to make a 2-step overture, one an email saying what we're up to, what we've decided on for implementation, and where each individual outfit fits in, and then saying one of our members would like to come to one of your upcoming meetings. When is that convenient?
No, that's the easy part.
Yeah, no, I know, but we haven't done that yet, so I'm saying let's do
No,
it.
actually, yes, I'm in the process of assembling that stuff, and I'm trying to find out how, before I go much further with it, I want to make sure that we were in agreement that this is something we want to do right off the bat.
Yeah,
I mean, I
I'd say so.
have
But
no,
I'm not sure we know where to go yet until we know how they respond, frankly.
Well, so far, I can tell you that there's been no refusal for a
No,
revisit.
no, but I mean, the meetings have to happen before you know what they're.
Sure.
You know, you might run into a committee that says, yeah, we like that, but we've never taken the lead on anything. It's like, okay, message received. Someone else has to drive it. Or another committee says, yeah, we like that, we're on that, we're driving that. Okay, back off, they're driving it. You know, we're gonna get different responses from different places.
Okay, so so there's 3, what we'll call 3 broad categories of response. I've already run into 2 of the 3, all right? One of them, we've never done anything of scale. That's one of them. And the other one is we're already, quote, we think we're doing that, and full stop. And I don't quarrel with their analysis, but there's some reason to believe they may or may not be. Okay. So, I think the best way to approach this, or way I think we should approach this, is, yes, we can contact the chairman ask for an opportunity to come visit, tell us what we're doing. The question is, who among us wants to do this job? And we ought to have a fixed, pretty well fixed script for this, so that we're not running across each other. So, it's comfort level, interest, enthusiasm.
Divvy it up. We're all, we all signed up,
So are we talking about this from the perspective of the different projects? Because if we are, then that means that if whatever project we're going to match with, I mean, those are the kind of connections that we need to make to those committees that are relevant to that project, right? Are you thinking about it that way?
I was thinking a little more, shall we say,
Or more holistically, that we want to go and see the Economic Development Committee, or we want to go and see the Finance Committee?
I was thinking that along Mark's line, I'm not surprised, but many committees don't even know how big this book is.
Right. Yeah,
Okay?
no.
And that has nothing to do with anything more
I
than
think
that. You're right.
Mark's right, and that's a good point.
Okay? I think-
What about if we take the 6 or 7 things we have in front of us right now,
Yep.
and we divvy them up to the groups that they're really involved with, like, obviously the planning board, let's take the common again. Let's pick that one. We need to spearhead, if you want to get, and maybe we need to say, we need to know where we're gonna be, and let's pick a time, say 2 years. Let's meet with the selectmen, let's meet with the planning board, let's meet with the conservation, and let's meet with,
Finance.
and light and water too, because a lot of the utility stuff is gonna be involved.
And
Let's
don't leave out the historical.
Historical, okay, we'll leave the historical,
NCDA.
and, okay, so I'm just using that as an example, we pick that and we say, we have a date of 2 years, we wanna know what kind of progress we're gonna be at. Start engaging each and every board that's involved with that, and have somebody spearhead each one, like like, obviously, selectmen would handle the selectmen, I would handle the planning board, historical, and everything else, and keep it on the agenda. Every board meets at least once a month, like maybe once every month, once every 2 months, where we're going with this. We want to have a clear-cut idea where we're going in 16 months or 2 years, whatever, and set it up that way. That way, there's accountability, there's interaction with the different boards, and we can have shared meetings. We can have a meeting with the selectmen and the planning board and finance together when we get a little further along, and okay, we've gotten the state involved, they want to look at it, blah, blah, whatever. This is where we'd like to start focusing on and get everybody involved that way. Because we have to push it. This board has to push it, because nobody else is gonna pick the ball up and run with it. Everybody's
No,
kinda
and
tried.
more than that, they expect us to push it. Now that they've created us, they said, okay, it's now off of my mind, it's on you
And
guys.
it's politically
us.
correct to pass the ball
Yep.
off here.
I like Mark's idea about that, but I wonder if it might not make sense to have a first meeting with the committees just to sort of get a sense of where they are and, and what their priorities are and so on, before we go back to them and then say, okay, and maybe at the same time, I don't know, maybe
I
this
think
would work.
there's certain boards that are, like the planning board and the board of selectmen, are very much aware of the book, okay? I'll find out very shortly whether or not the FinCom is.
So then
all right?
maybe we
Really.
send them a list of what our agenda is gonna be for the next 2 years, and we'd like to incorporate them into the process, and we're gonna schedule meetings off in the future, because these are these 7 issues of what we've deemed the first wave of what we wanna do with the master plan. We'd like to meet with you sooner rather than later, but we'd like to start this process, and we'd like to see some sort of,
And even on the other 60 items, you're on that list somewhere. When is the appropriate time to do that? If it's an easy thing, we can do it sooner rather, and that's when we get an opportunity to talk to the historic folks and the economic development folks and the conservation commission and you name it, all those other outfits.
it might be an effort, a tough little effort, but if we took like everything that's in here and divided it up into every board that should be taking a look at it, and send them an agenda. These are all the things in the master plan. These are all the things, at some point in the next 2 years, we're gonna be coming to you. We'd like you to put this on your radar screen. when can we meet with you? And leave it up to them to
That's-
get back to us.
Okay.
Do their homework for them. I
Yeah.
think that's important. I do think
It
that's
is,
important.
because like
Yeah.
I said, a lot of boards.
They're not gonna
aren't
go
really
through
looking
it
at
and
that.
pull through it.
No, they have enough on their plate as it is.
I would have to say the Historical Commission, we're meeting tomorrow, so we'll see more what we get at this. But, everything on the agenda has been, what is the master plan saying? How are we going to use the master plan? How are we going to implement the master
think that's
plan?
been
I
a
mean, this is
very-
going
God bless. We
to,
wish
this is going
everybody
to,
acted as
this
you
is
did,
going to
but
be all.
Don't expect that everywhere, Jonathan.
Send them a calling card.
Okay, well, Mark, along the lines, what I've discovered is that generally the first meeting, or the first meeting with chairman and the others, just to introduce them to anything past page 174 is what? Okay, so generally what I find is very helpful to break the ice is just go over this.
Right.
That where it's relevant, or seeming, I said, this looked relevant to you, you can look at it and later decide if it
Let us-
is. That makes the second call and the second email I
Absolutely.
discovered really easier.
Right.
So give them a synopsis of what's in here that might
Yeah.
pertain to them.
Yeah.
Like say open space, let's just say.
Yeah,
pick
yeah,
that one. That's an easy
exactly.
one. These are the issues, these are where can we help you? We'd like to set up a time to meet with you. We're looking at a window of a year. We want to know where you're at so that we can help. There may be some issues that are coming up, some land that might, what do you see as eminent land that we need to start thinking about right now? Let us work with you on this one and send.
And also, I would say, get them in thinking in terms of similar timelines, like we have a fall town meeting and we have a spring town meeting. Are there things in here that you think you'll be in a position to put forward, either for the fall or spring, and here's the likely deadlines, which I don't know, but Anthony, I'm sure you could, figure out what those deadlines are, right?
Certainly.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. I thought you.
There are gonna be boards that are gonna want you to do the heavy pushing, and that's
Right,
that's
yeah.
fine.
No, there's no difficulty, it's just that the method of approach.
Sometimes it's as simple as saying, here's your deadline. You have to have it deadline, done by here, right? Isn't that right, Myra? Yes, it is, yes. Yeah.
Well, Mark, before I came in here, I ran a few tests before I, started sticking around with this stuff. And what I discovered is, for most boards, I'll just repeat, is, hello, this is the plan, and
Yeah.
by the way, here's what it is. And your board is mentioned, and I tell them very kindly that it may or may not be accurate. Take a look at this, and here are the ones, I also provide them a short list of the ones that I discovered.
Good. Keep doing it.
And that just, opens the door, and I haven't, then when I call the second time, they're already filling my ear with things. Not necessarily always useful, but things. So it's a start. So, but as much as I love doing this, I mean, I could sure use your help.
Farm it out.
Okay.
Why don't you do this then? The 66 bullet items in the back.
Yeah.
Make a copy of it all. Send the whole thing to every single board and ask them. We're going to be looking at all of these issues. Some of them we know are important to you. You tell us where you want us to be in regards to these, and let them come back to us. That way you don't have to make a list for them, they'll make a list for us.
I'd go one step further and say, I'd highlight the ones we think are theirs,
Yeah.
and say, if we've got it right, please acknowledge. If you don't, if there's something else you want to be involved with,
Right.
because,
I please appreciate your management of this, but I have to say that the test shows it's closer to a hybrid between the two of you. You have to do a little bit of pushing at first, and then it pops out. It's
They'll be
the,
more excited about it, yeah.
I'm sorry?
They'll be more likely to be excited
Yeah, because
about
they've actually can say, no, this is really, or yes, this is really, or we want more, or there's more in here. I mean, I try to hybrid
I think
approach.
it's a question of excitement. I think some of the boards can actually use a helping hand. And the
yeah.
fact that somebody's actually offering them a helping hand is refreshing. Doesn't always work that way, and I think now, and we'll use open space again. Everybody wants to have all the open space we can, but now there's somebody that's gonna actually help you to get more open space. That's a welcome change, and they'll embrace that, and that's what I'm saying. So let's get them involved, knowing that, this is not, we're not just playing games here.
Games,
We
yeah.
wanna be serious about it.
Okay, so we have on the table either hitting just our original 6 or 7, or do we cover as much of the book as we can?
I think I like Paul's idea. You give them maybe a standard, this is what the master plan is, in case you haven't been around.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
right, yeah.
a little one-page summary of the process and what it is and how it's organized, and the main chapter elements, and then the main point is pointing to the implementation plan piece, and then you kind of say, from the breadcrumbs that we've laid out, it looks like these are the items that have affected BPAC, or it affects, you, because it's been specifically
Okay, so-
identified as yours.
all right, so we
And but
revisit the
there may be
boards.
other ones that, in our infinite or our lack of wisdom,
we miss something,
you think
sure.
you might want to engage in that we didn't put you down as.
Yep.
All right,
So they
so-
see the full list, and then we say, we would like to make sure you understand it, and one of us is available to meet with you to discuss it and hear what you
but
think.
you
And none of
say
that
the full
changes our priority list. That's just, yeah.
Okay, so you're basically saying that you do want to have, I hope I didn't miss, you want to cover, as we approach each of the committees, they're not necessarily just the committees in our first 7.
No,
They're
no,
across
the
the
whole
board.
thing.
Okay, that's what I was trying to
Across the
find out.
board. Across the board.
Okay.
They might be the people that figure out something simple that we haven't thought about. And it's like
Absolutely.
bingo,
And there's
you
also,
know?
and also, they might be, really looking for what they should be working on next. Sustainability is always kind of be looking for something, what should we be tackling next? There might be something in here that says, hey, let's grab one of these items and take the lead on it, that maybe we didn't think they would be the lead on, that they just
And
decided
that's
to do
great.
it. We're always looking for that,
Anybody
right?
takes the lead on something we're not thinking about, then terrific.
Perfect example is the Mrs. Williams's property.
Right. Yeah.
Okay? We get it out there that we want to buy more property, so conservation knows that we're gonna help push to get more money. That one was a great one. They did it. We can't take any credit for it before we all got together, but that was a perfect example of it. So maybe there's more of those low-hanging fruit out there that we can knock off just by being able to help them get funding or help them, that kind of stuff.
All right, so we're going to be covering all 67 items, and slowly but surely working our way through each of the, okay, now there are several columns of responsibility here, just to launch you out here into the abyss. I don't know if you had a chance even to look, but if you look in, you'll look at, there's several categories here, not only the related elements, but also local government leadership and local government partners. Now, the leadership part seems to be pretty well,
It's almost always Board of Selectmen,
These are the bo-
planning
yeah.
administrator, planning board, town administrator.
yeah,
That's
these
the
are,
majority of
okay.
those.
And it's the local government partners that has, is I think it's the rich, has many of the, shall we say, individual committees
Yep.
that are presumably involved in the various items. All right. So that being the case, let's see, I think probably the best start for this is, since we're all going to be taking stuff on, is, I'll just start with you, Paul. What is, I mean, you got a full plate, what would you feel comfortable
Well,
doing?
with the acknowledgement of the obvious that, as has been referenced, the selectmen already, we have our own priorities, and we issue them out, and part of mine is master plan, but also, and I'm also on the EDC, and then my other assignments, Chase and I are working on, or we have the responsibility anyway for being responsible for kind of conservation-related topics. And every one of us have a pairing, and Cindy and I have a responsibility for some governance, topics, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get too down in the weeds. But anyway, relevant to our work here, I would say the common area stuff and the sewer stuff it's already stuff I'm working on with the selectmen.
Okay.
So, that's, I'm already assigned to that kind of
So
stuff.
your plate is pretty well taken.
Well, I'm happy to run around, plus, I'm gonna say, my nose is gonna be already in the door because of my responsibility as a selectman, so,
If there's 67 items on the.
yeah, I don't mind going to stray boards I have no association with. I'm happy to do
Roughly, that would
yeah.
give each of us, if we're all working at this, it'd
Yeah.
give each of us 11,
Yeah, fine.
11 items to cover, okay? And that doesn't mean there isn't overlap. That's one way to look at it.
Right.
It's a random walk through 11 items. It could be the first 11, the second 11, the third, and we just work our way through this. I will admit, to run the experiments, I've already contacted boards and started the little process, but I'm just about, between FinCom and Committee on Council on Aging, someone can obviously pick that up and run or not run or whatever. I mean, I know as chairman of the ones that make the most sense to me to have. Go ahead.
Chairman, they might be 67 items, but they might only redound to 10 or 12 boards, right?
Yes.
Obviously not
I'm not
67
looking at it by
boards.
item.
No, no, I'm talking about, I was finding Gary's thing about looking at the tasks and trying to identify. So,
But if you assign them to the boards first, and then you have a much smaller list, I'd say, to go around and say, you take the council on aging ones, you take the, whatever, the transportation ones, and then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Rather than just
Okay.
going willy-nilly and having people grabbing
so you
items.
you much rather go by boards rather than
Yeah,
by
it makes more
items?
sense by board.
Okay, fair enough.
For this-
Okay.
for this-
So that's-
for this
that- you're
interaction.
already-
Yeah, I'll take whatever, I don't care. It
Okay.
makes no difference.
So you've already got, I'm sorry to dwell on you so much, but you've already got the economic development, and you have the Board of Selectmen, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
rolling along, okay. You want to put a third one on your list?
I'll wait to see whatever stray is out there, how's that? Let everybody
Right,
grab it.
Jonathan?
Okay, well, obviously the Historical Commission, but I'd also be happy to deal with conservation, conservation issues, the Conservation Commission.
Yep.
Any other boards that might be involved in that, I could deal with that. I mean, those are two that I feel comfortable with. If I need to do more, I can do more, but,
Jonathan, I noticed there's a lot of community preservation
Yes.
Yeah.
overlaps with
That-
historical.
yeah,
Conservation and community preservation ought to go hand in hand.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so make a note.
And I would suggest, and this is where we throw the anvil on top of them, that Park and Rec goes with that too, because active and passive recreation, sometimes and don't always go hand in hand, but they probably should.
All right, Mike?
Unless Mike wants that.
Yeah, no, I don't really have any particular opinion or desire. I'm kind of in Paul's camp. I mean, I don't know how much of this stuff is explicitly school committee related. Some of it is, but not as much as some of the other boards. So obviously, that's fine. But in general, I would be willing to be a free agent on other stuff. And I at the moment, I don't have in my mind, I haven't distilled it down to specific boards, so I don't have any.
Yeah, you are on the Fields.
Needs assessment.
Needs assessment committee, so
Yeah.
maybe Park and Rec stuff is more in your.
That's fine, like I say, I'm
Yeah,
happy to
okay,
participate in that,
I
and
feel- I felt
you
guilty
know.
throwing that in your lap.
Yeah,
Throw it
no,
in
no,
your
I
lap.
mean, I went through that with the alumni field.
Right.
That was definitely touching on those issues, and passive versus active.
And you've got the
recreation.
dialogues there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, I have a suggestion as chairman, because I'm looking for a particular kind of expertise in this case. And I don't mean to pick on you, but I was thinking of, and I realized the FinCom is there, okay, but you
I'm fine
are,
with that, yep.
okay.
I have a
And-
long
and-
history with
I'll
that,
give a thumbs up to that. Mike has a good relationship there.
that's fine.
And we hope we can keep it.
Well, I mean, you're being facetious, but,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the school committee has quite a bit of interaction with the FinCom, so I'm familiar with their processes and their philosophies, to a degree, so that's
And
perfectly
I'll work
fine.
on that one with you.
Yeah,
because
that's
that'll
fine.
be-
That's fine.
I don't mean to skip with you, Gary, but I just want to go to, because he's got a schedule,
Well, no, I'm still
another
good.
plane to catch.
Yeah, I'm still good. I'll obviously planning board.
Yep.
Housing probably goes along with that, maybe open space.
Not maybe,
Okay.
Posey, open space.
Okay.
Although
Okay,
that overlaps with Conservation Commission too, but there's a natural overlap, obviously.
okay. Okay, the open space is, there's a lot of overlap with,
Okay.
yes, just so happens. Okay, fantastic.
I think any of the transportation type ones I'll grab, so that's gonna be, it's not really a board, the highway department would be a department, not say a board, but I think that would make sense to engage with them. The BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian
Right.
Committee, and
Commuter
definitely,
rail.
definitely sustainability committee, since I got a link into that. Those would be three off the top of my head. I don't know if, I know I've been thinking Elder Services has something to do with the transportation group as well, because I'm gonna keep commenting on, so services are as important as infrastructure. So if no one else is grabbing that, I guess that
What
could
kind of
fall.
services?
Elder Services.
Oh, sure.
I'm visiting them.
You're leaving nothing
shortly.
for Mike and.
But I'm going to, that's not as integral to those
Right,
elements to
but
me as other
it
ones.
needs a champion, yeah.
Yeah.
But if no one else, if it doesn't fall on anybody else, it seems to would fall by me by
Yeah,
attrition.
I'm going to go visit them, and it looks like it's a sustainable relationship. I'll definitely tell them
Then-
you're going
then
to be
that's
calling.
fine. That's
that
fine.
You'll be calling on them too for, or,
Okay.
Anna?
Well, I don't know that there are any specific ones in terms of what needs to be done. I think we'll take a look after everybody else has been.
You're it. We're done.
Yeah,
with you
we're
guys.
done. Everyone's
Okay.
been.
All right, well, then I guess
How about
it's a wrap.
everything else? All the stuff that falls
Yeah, I
through the
don't think
crack.
Is, no one has really stepped up on the other infrastructure, like the fire, police department, light and water department, those kind of things. There might be some elements in there too. That's some.
The PMBC follow-up and the long-term capital planning.
Right.
That's good stuff. I did a tour of the fire station project today. Boy, is it gonna be beautiful. And it's on track and it's on budget. It's great. Everything, now that'll probably, disaster will strike tomorrow, but right now, everything's great.
Well, as long as it doesn't involve housing, it'll be just fine.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. I guess I'm more concerned maybe than I should be about the attention paid to all the groups that are involved in not just the Common, but also Foster Street. In other words, areas where we're looking to do what we'll call a different kind of development than traditionally has been.
Well, I would say, Mr. Chairman, that you need to make sure that we're focused while we're all doing all the grunt work, that there's some priority items that we agreed on, and that you make sure they stay at the front, and that we have relations with planning board and master planning. You need to be the
Yes.
point of inference on that. You have a lot to do.
Okay, no, I'm not trying
I
to
think
drop
possibly
yeah.
in all of our interactions with all these boards, we mention that some of, that one of our foci is the common area.
Right.
And, it's important for you to think about that because this is what we're doing. And if everybody does that with that thing and then, other areas similar,
Who does the synthesizing, right? I mean, a lot of our stuff is kind of silo work, maybe. It could be, but, maybe your job specifically is to make sure it isn't.
No, that's what I was
Yeah.
trying to get at here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, a piece that you always, in the 3 years I've known you, have always espoused, and we haven't heard a word of it tonight, is economic analysis. Well, what's the economic impact of all this stuff? What does it cost to do it? What's the impact of doing it or not doing it?
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Okay, all right.
Because, thank you, you follow the track exactly. Thank you. It's I've already scheduled some meetings with FinCom folks.
Yes.
And the obvious next step is to meet with other departments that are also involved in this. I'm interested in the resources that are available, both human and the financial resources to execute. What, of course, is missing glaringly from this lineup here so far, and this is maybe worth another meeting or maybe a discussion tonight, let's get some input, is that very often there are no available, I'll call them advisedly, range of costs and benefits for some of the larger projects. And the master plan is conspicuous by the fact that itself, for example, they mentioned there are symbols of dollars beside some of the components. Many dollar signs means very expensive, but nobody knows what that really means. At some point, some of the projects, I have one or more involved, one or more in mind already, has reached the point where it is possible to get what we'll call a cost range. And what I mean by that is generally, in standard terms, three models, I'll call them, of costs. And I just don't mean high, medium, and low. They're associated with how far the project goes. Do we build 7 of them, 3 of them, 5 attachments, 7 attachments, whatever the task happens to be. So far, no one has undertaken in the town, as far as I know, that kind of approach, unless I'm wrong, and I'm interested in being corrected. And it's the issue of approaching cost, shall we say, cost estimation and ranging, where it concerns me deeply, because when we go into these committees and ask them to do the work, we should have, at some point, not for everything, but for key things that are very, very expensive, can alter the financial future and structure and stability of the town, we better have some clear ideas what we're cruising into. I'm sorry.
For as long as you've been raising the issue, I've been in agreement with you that that's an important issue. And I personally think that if even if we have, and we do, very talented folks in town, nobody is tasked with doing that, and maybe that's one of the items that we should develop an RFP for quickly to do some of the consultant work. If there's buy-in to do the consulting work to assist this committee in its work on specific projects, such as the common area, then there ought to be, I would think, buy-in, and I would certainly support it, to do the kind of dollar analysis that you're talking about.
That was behind the proposal that I made to the Board of
Yeah.
Selectmen in regard
Okay.
to the comment, to be perfectly candid.
But in general, for the project, as a bigger project.
Yes, yeah,
Then,
yeah.
then,
Yeah.
if we're gonna do it right, then let's get how much can it cost to get somebody to come in and say, we've looked over what you're planning on doing, and we think it's gonna cost you X, Y, Z. People do that.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do it, yeah. Some use analytic methods that are quite powerful, others
Right.
not worth the paper to print it on.
Right, well, I'm all about the hiring process, we won't get into that in detail,
Okay,
but,
okay. I've been looking at,
I throw that out there, I don't assume everybody necessarily buys in on that, but I think that's important.
shall we,
Oh, I agree 100%. You should know where you're going and how much it's gonna cost before you start making proposals for the town.
Anna?
Yep.
The only caveat I would put on that is that this group shouldn't be making assumptions on what the particular project or approach is going to be. Once we have direction from the boards, like, well, we think we're going to try this and/or this, then we can start to cost them out. If we start coming back with, well, if you're gonna sewer the common, it's gonna cost this much, well, sewering the common is a nebulous concept. It's not as cut and dry as we think it is. Or if you're gonna do, parking is gonna cost this much, well, is it on-street parking or behind the businesses parking? So I just think we need to be careful about not getting ahead of the game, so to speak, where it seems like we're driving the process.
Excellent point, but it also, just in hearing the couple of items you mentioned, Michael, the sewer thing, we've already got people on board that are doing that study, the engineers.
Right.
The parking, we don't. So
Right.
there's a case in point where we have one, we have engaged already one group of experts that can help us identify a cost. We have another one, which is a complete mystery.
Right.
And in any event, they're all gonna be ballparks because we don't know.
And I think that's a good point, and I think Mike's point was, ballparks, enough to get us some information that, hey, we could solve all our energy problems by building a, fusion nuclear reactor. Well, they don't exist, and if they did, they'd probably be several $1 billion. So we're probably not gonna do that one. But, if we have that information, it makes it easier to say, no, we're not gonna do that. So getting out in front is fine, we just gotta just be,
Realistic.
yeah, and just keep our eyes and ears open to how it's being perceived and how it's being presented, and not feel like we're getting too big for our britches, so to speak, I guess, is just what I would say.
Well, there is one project that I think is just at the point where the process of looking at costs could be started, at least.
Oh, for sure, I'm
and
sure
it's-
there is, yeah.
There is at least one, maybe
Yeah,
more.
yeah, and if projects that are at that point, then I'm
That's-
totally
yeah,
supportive,
you can't-
as we all are, that let's start getting some costing, because that helps, it helps a lot.
Right.
Doesn't have to be the final number, it just has to be a ball, we did it with Alumni Field,
Right.
I try to make this point to the Board of Selectmen who are not pushing, but who are championing through their own efforts, the quote, the common, and the sewer is simply part, not simply, but is a part of that. Well, all you have to do is look at the minutes of the last meeting held with the engineers and the parties that are to it, and you go through the list there, and right away you see the engineers are already asking questions implicitly or explicitly about, do you guys really want to spend this much? I mean, it's in there, and what they really mean is where in the possible models do you want to fall? Where in the range do you want to fall? And they already, and I think this particular project is ready for that kind of analysis.
Right.
And as far as finding the person, I mean, and who does the hiring, I would feel a lot more comfortable if the folks who were driving it and felt a vested interest for the town in doing this should make the final decision about who they want to consult. We're prepared to help and give our 2 cents, but I think the FinCom should be involved, along with all the relevant departments, as well as the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board. Basically, who is this person or company, very frankly, if you ever worked with some of the companies that do ranging kind of stuff. I think you've had experience with it.
Yeah, but I would certainly, I could recommend people, but I wouldn't want anybody to hire my recommendation. I would rather the committee go out and,
Yeah, with you, okay.
Yeah.
So
In
it's-
ballparks, I think is the key that we were at. We're gonna be a lot more close on some items and a lot vaguer on others for very good reasons.
Yes.
Other people make decisions and we don't know where we're gonna be. But we at least need to start from that base point, I think.
Yeah, and I think if we did one and got some experience in how to do this and doing it, even if we make mistakes, the second and third time we do it, we'll be that much better at it. And that's, I think, a good lesson to have. Okay,
But
so,
you never got to Jonathan.
I'm sorry.
I didn't, my hand wasn't up.
Oh, okay.
Well, he was going around the board. I didn't.
Oh,
We all dived in before you got, or I dived in anyway, before you got a chance to get.
I'm not sure, now I've lost what the
It's-
question was.
I was simply, I want to make sure that we're okay with the idea of pushing and encouraging and supporting the idea of getting range of costs of projects when they reach the point where they become subject to that kind of, shall we say, more advanced analysis. With the understanding that these are range of costs and they're not definitive. And I do understand that perception, if people hear a high number and get frightened, that could be locked into their minds forever, that is the number.
Specifically, like getting outside help to
Yeah.
attain those numbers.
Yeah.
Right.
Because, yeah, I think we ought to basically start the process early rather than later of looking for someone to do that. In the particular question of the common and other elements in it that go, in addition to the sewer, there's also the economic, financial aspects of approaching property owners. A very, very difficult task, not easy, to say the least. I'd like to suggest that should be also part of the effort.
Well, that's several areas are already subject to their own studies that have been funded. One is the sewer study, which, part of the money we're spending on the engineers there is, and part of their task is to go approach property owners. So that's in there.
Okay, agreed.
And I would say similarly, we have a space needs study going on. So some of those impacts, as they reflect in the master plan, I'm saying we can save ourselves money and time because it's already happening. That's the second one. And also the fields needs study too, right? I mean, that's,
I mean, they're spending the
yeah,
money we have. the
right.
consultants
So some of those
hired.
things have either been done or ongoing. So we should have, the first step is establishing existing knowledge shouldn't be replicated, or existing efforts shouldn't be duplicated.
Okay, here's an instance where we're probably, maybe, I hope we're not falling far into the weeds on a particular item, but I think it's a good example of one. And that is that if the approach to the property owners and other stakeholders in the common is made through the engineers, this is the idea. Is there or at the prompting of the engineers, okay, does this include a coherent, I'll call it, financial opportunity story for the owners to grasp? In other words, will they be able to see what's in it for them, whether it's explicit or implicit?
I don't want to get too down in the weeds in that. I think you were at the same meeting where we had at least one of the presentations. The consultants are developing for us a proposal about how we should handle approaching the property holders. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be approaching them individually. They understand sensitive relationships that they want to include town officials to be a part of that. Now, if we, on top of that, want to suggest, how about the following items be talked about?
Yeah.
And we'd be a place, I don't think there'll be any resistance to doing that. I'm just saying that process has been contemplated And it isn't exclusively going to be conducted by the consultants. It's going to be the consultants directing a plan that the town's going to participate
Yeah,
in
it's that,
conducting.
it's the plan that the town executes.
Yeah.
that I'm
So
looking
if
for
there's
help.
stuff that we want
Yeah,
to play a role in there, then we should speak up.
okay, all right.
A couple of administrative things that would make my job easier in reaching out to any of these boards would be, Maren, we talked about getting this electronically in an editable format so we can manipulate it. Is that, that's still on your list to do?
Yep.
Okay.
I
Isn't that done already?
I sent it to you.
Oh, you did send it to me? Okay.
I'll do that again, though.
No, okay. It was in the emails from last time?
It's been quite a while, so I will.
Okay.
Anyway, it'll be a fresh version.
Yes.
Fresh version.
And then, I know who to touch with sustainability. I don't know who that would be in BPAC, or maybe everybody else can maybe get a list of like
I
emails of
assume with all these
who the
people
different
we,
committee
Right.
boards would be, or POCs would be.
Let's see, I'll give you the contact information. I have Diane Crory, town clerk, is the keeper of all the contact information for each board,
Okay,
committee
so
member.
then I can just contact Diane and get what I need then.
I don't know
So
who,
I'm happy to share what I
Anthony,
have.
you-
Between Mara and myself, we can get you the information that you need.
I have heard, as of today, when I was searching for more names to build a database that I was going to give you, it turned out that the town does not yet have a database of emails of chairmen of the various, they are known, they're in the files, but they're not in an electronic form that can be provided to people who have a reason to use it. That is my understanding. Is that your understanding?
On a
Yeah,
single
I think
place.
some of that may be addressed with the new website, because
Right.
we'll have the ability to have messages sent to,
Mass groups and
yeah,
stuff.
mass
yeah.
groups and
Yeah.
so forth, so, and that is moving along. You know, it takes time, and especially in the summer, things tend to move a little bit more slower than we'd all like, so I see that happening in the future.
Future. Okay, so
Near future, Anthony, near future.
next week?
I don't know about next week.
Before Labor Day, how's
We
that?
do have-
Before Labor Day sound
we have
good? Yeah.
something going on right now as far as, it's a draft website out there, more than just the picture that you
Right,
saw.
right.
So it's building all that information up to.
But in the interim, any list of names you want or addresses, they've got them.
Right.
And where would this list be available today, tomorrow, until after Labor Day?
Either one of these folks.
Yeah, if, whatever you need, you can send an email to Maren or myself, and we'll get you that information.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you very, that's big help. Yes, over that hump. Very good. Does that help, Mary?
Yeah, absolutely.
okay, can I just sort of, sort
Yes.
of, because I volunteered to do some things, obviously one of them is to my own committee, so that's not a problem, but in other committees, will somebody provide me with chairs and names so I can get in touch with them? You would get in touch with them and tell them that I'll be doing it, or how do we want
No,
to work this?
the best way as far as working is to use relationships that make sense, and in this particular case, I think your relationship with the various committees make more sense. I think.
But as soon as that list is provided, just share it with everybody.
That's it, yeah. It'll be a list of the committees and their chairman, and then the list is only probably, what, 4 pages long, if that much? And after the Board of Selectmen get done, there'll be only 2.
We're gonna wax them down, yeah.
Only 2.
We've got committees that haven't met in 4 years, we'd kinda like to get rid of them.
Right, okay.
No, there's also, I mentioned a suggestion of having like an introduction of some kind, or overview. If we're all, just to be consistent, if we, I don't know if, Mike, do you want to tackle that, just kind of like a.
A script? Yeah.
A script that we could say, here's the board, and we can always then personalize it with regards to our to committee, but just like an introduction,
Cover letter.
a cover letter, basically.
I can certainly do that.
That'd be great.
I'll get that ready and have it sent out to each and every one of you, so to make your job a little easier.
Okay.
On the assumption that you'll be provided with electronic versions of the plan, so you can identify the particular, makes it easier for you to identify the particular chairman of interest.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. I don't think we're in a position yet to do consultant qualifications yet. However, so let's move on. I'm hoping to hear back very shortly whether or not there's interest in the hiring to do the analysis of the bylaws with respect to strengths and weaknesses, because then the planning board's already racing ahead doing the stuff on diagnostics for conformance to federal and state laws. Public input?
Rushing ahead means after fall town meeting, when we get the housing bylaws to in front of town meeting.
I could probably move quicker on the other consultant thing to bring it up to the selectmen at our next meeting about the cost analysis piece, if you
Okay.
want. You know, I
Yes,
can do
yeah,
that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
That wouldn't be a formal thing, it would be more like an update, in which case a formal request would follow, unless you've got something formal, but, because at some point, we're gonna have to sit down with somebody and draft a RFP and all that sort of thing, right?
Okay, well, I let the Board of Selectmen know that we wish to move
Yes.
on this.
Right.
And you're going to be, as it were, affirming that,
Yes,
if I understand.
and, yes.
We should follow that shortly after with an RFP description, so they know.
Right.
And I can certainly supply you with, if you needed a
I might
justification.
request help, and they might turn around and say, Anthony will help you with that, and that's, you know.
Okay,
so.
okay. All right,
I just want to follow protocol, that's all. you know.
I appreciate it. Looks like any public input here?
Nobody here.
Well, you can never. Okay. Could you please look at the minutes of our previous meeting and make any corrections, additions?
Anna had a piece of corrections on the first set of minutes that I sent.
Full one?
27th,
No, on the July 11th.
We're going to do that one
first you
first.
sent, but the most recent.
Right, you're right. That's how my brain works, sorry about that.
Right,
LIFO, last in, first out.
right. It's a,
So I'm happy to make those corrections.
what were they? Anything of note? I mean, just piqued my interest.
It's a test, Paul, see if you can find it.
I read it, everything looked okay to me, but then again, you know.
I didn't take it to be any substantive
Yeah.
Yeah,
changes.
no, it wasn't anything major.
I didn't see anything good to me.
Clerk gonna move them?
Motion to accept the minutes for the July and April
Do I hear a
meetings.
second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Now we have two other things remaining. One of them is that this is the, only steering committee members can participate. Is that right, Maren, or could we all do this? The minutes.
I think you just did.
Okay, we did it?
I heard 2 dates on that motion,
Okay.
Yeah.
so.
Okay, good. All right. I thought we did just the master plan.
I said July and April.
We thought that's
Oh.
what we were doing, but somebody
I
snuck
like
in
to
that
do
other
one at a
date.
time. I stuck to it.
Somebody
All right.
snuck in the other day.
I just want to let the committee know that, I'm glad we're through, just one announcement that, that Anna will be taking over the committee activities in my absence, which begins September the 14th, with return on October the 22nd.
5 weeks.
Going somewhere fun?
Nice.
California?
No, it's a little too close to, no, it's
Space station?
close, close. Italy and Greece,
Ah, nice, nice.
What a
so
trip.
it's close. Close.
Have you been to either before? or-
Yes, it's time to go to Florence before it all falls apart,
Yeah,
and
no.
Venice before it all falls apart.
It's time to go to Greece while it's cheap and before it revolts.
Again,
We'll think of you, not fondly, but we'll think of you.
well, I know that, Mike, I can always count on you. It's good. Okay, so since I don't have, by the way, since I don't have Paul to pick on, I know how.
You do, I'm right here.
No. I know who now I'm going to pick on. Okay, all right. Do I hear a motion for adjournment?
Well, first I want to say, hail, Madam Chair.
Yeah, there you go.
So
get
do we
work
have,
done.
do we have another meeting planned? Did we get to that?
We didn't have one for August, but
This is August.
This is August.
I know we didn't have another one for August.
All right, so we need to talk about one for September then. What would you like to, let's look at calendars and decide what you'd like to do?
Shoot for the first or second Tuesdays of the month.
That's a good idea, yeah.
That's what we've been doing.
But before you run into the high holidays, we always want to avoid that.
I like the idea of getting one in the day after Labor Day before school starts and all that kind of stuff.
That's cool.
My wife gets.
Everybody's home
sucked
by
in.
then, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Me.
Because it starts Wednesdays.
Yeah, school starts Wednesday, so.
So that's the 5th.
So sure that would be good to be gone the night before school starts.
So what is the date of
Yeah,
that?
because after that, the vortex of activities start.
September 5th?
September 5th.
September 5th. Are you still here then?
I have to,
When you
Yes,
leave?
I'll still be here September the 5th.
Oh, wow. How can we miss you if you won't leave?
It's like, how usually, you have the processes, it's our staples, buy your stuff, you'll be good.
I want to see if Mike actually finishes what it says.
I can't go there, I don't know how that works, sorry.
All right, well, I make a motion that we schedule our next meeting. Oh, we already had a motion on the table to adjourn. I mean, could that be, who?
No one acted on it.
No one acted, I didn't second it.
Nobody seconded, all right, then I make a motion that we next meet on September 5th at a room available.
So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
I-
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Aye.
All right? Aye.
Okay, good. Have you been to Florence before?